It's a me, Lawyer. Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Ah, shit. My name is Avicii Knight. And we're playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney once again. We're rising from the ashes. Are we finishing today? Probably not. This game goes long. Hello, Melty. Hello, Taro. How are you guys? I mean, it does go long. You know, today I woke up and thought to myself, Taro really is the most Japanese out of all of us, isn't he? He's just all, like, Taro is a man of incest. Not just Japanese, also medieval. A man of incest. Incest, you know? Until we get to Great Ace Attorney for saying that. Planet Ghost Trick. Name 3 ghosts. Well, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar. Nailed it. Taro's favorite anime, My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute. It's true. No, let's be realistic here. What does Taro call me the most? Son. What does Taro always want to do to me? Sex. It's the worst kind of incest. It's not even into the same generation. Wants to fuck his own son. Lawyered. That's what you've been just now. You've been lawyered. Thank you. You're welcome. Pronounce this channel, the streamer, and everything the psychopath stands for. Look, you can't blame me for spouting facts. Sir, the evidence is king. Evidence is king in the court of law. And the evidence has just shown that you are a man of incest. Whether or not you like Oreimo. Objection. Objection overruled. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. The evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet, we got all the front desk. We got at the front desk. Let's turn this shit on. It's super hot in here. So guys, what did you think of THQ's show? In more serious news. I've not seen it because I was working. Yeah, I was not exactly working, but I was setting up shit, and I was doing a clothing test. It was a show. Yeah, man, I hate South Park 3D. Why the fuck? Why would you do that? Those games looked amazing. They looked unique. Now they look like every other game Like the politicians used to rail against gay people and then was found that trucks stopped having sex. I am? No, you are. Can't wait for the South Park episode making fun of the game. Has that existed before? They do have a lot of shit in the works. By the way, just so we're clear, Titan Quest 1 was like a 5 out of 10 game, right? Oh, you, buddy? Enjoy throwing stones from a weeb glass house? No, no. Not. I admit to being full weeb. Can't remember Titan Quest 1. Anything interesting? I think the most interesting thing was CGI trailer, so no. But, yeah, there's going to be a third South Park game. South Park Snow Day. I don't understand if it looks like a brawler or a Diablo clone. Yeah, and it's in 3D and it looks like shit. Might be a co-op Diablo type game. Yeah. And it goes against the whole style of the IP. Exactly, exactly. I think the other games have the perfect look. Because if you're basing yourself on a TV show, why not look like the TV show, right? It's like like a South Park live action adaptation. No. Do we know who's making it? Well, THQ, but no. Guess not Ubisoft. Matt and Trey are just doing whatever now. Yeah, I don't know. Get that money before no one cares, I guess. Do people still care about South Park right now? Oh yeah. TMNT The Last Ronin. But they showed no footage? It's coming from the studio who remade Destroy All Humans 1 and 2. 6 episode seasons? Really? Yeah, the South Park game looks like trash, sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. The thing I didn't understand what it was is the Gothic 1 remake. Okay. They didn't show the name, they just showed the symbol. I don't know what the symbol is for Gothic. Fuck you. Uh, sure, cool. Oh yeah, Alone in the Dark has a demo coming out? I, I don't know if it's available already or not. Gothic looked interesting. Yeah, yeah. I'm surprised that David Arbor is playing Edward Carnby. I thought they would give him a new character. Last Train Home didn't look very interesting. Outcast: A New Beginning looked ambitious. Not sure if that's good or bad. Tempest Rising, who cares? Trine 5, who cares? I'm over that. I'm over Trine already. Recreation. I think Recreation for someone who likes Trackmania probably one to look out for. I like Trine, but you're not tired of them yet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I actually mentioned that because of you, the Trackmania thing. I guess there's nothing Alone in the Dark related on the store. We'll see. PS5 Slim has leaked? Of course it has. Of course. Sony, get a hold of yourself. Here it is. Like a kid at an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. There's only been 4 in 15 years. Probably the most overused franchise. I don't know, but maybe I'm the outsider looking in. I did buy 1 and 2, even though I haven't played them yet. But when I saw 3, I thought to myself, what's the evolution here? What's the reason this isn't like a level pack? Not that I want them to do endless DLC. It's just like, where's the evolution? Where are we innovating here? And I felt the same for 4, and I like looking at 5 today. I felt the same thing. It's just trying 1. No, that's what I said. As an outsider looking in, I bought 1 and 2. I think I only tried. I tried them both actually. I tried before buying. But looking at them, they kind of look the same. And I bought them because I liked it. I just don't understand why there's so many of them. Evidence room, entrance, guard station. Not that similar, that's a franchise, kind of the point. I guess. I mean, franchises evolve. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room. Damn, they even have a lasso in front of... You don't just have biometrics and scanner ID scans. You also have a lasso on the floor. Some are 2D and some are 3D. That alone makes it more different than most franchises. Aren't they all 2D plain, 3D graphics? Dude, if that's not true, you're gonna blow my mind. No? That's how I remember all of them. Well, maybe I'm just wrong. So beyond that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. Who's messaging me a lot? It sure seems that way. Oh, what's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, it's imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where is the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Yeah, you do. Look on the floor, a lasso. As usual, our opinions are based on a foundation of bad information or research and outright lies. Hey! If I concede to be wrong... Shrine 1. Shrine 1, 2D plane, 3D graphics. Which one is 3D? Rogue Legacy 2 is immaculate, by the way. I'm addicted. Not something I'm interested in. It has Rogue in the title. It has accessibility suite for the Davids? Really? Ah, you want me to be interested? What is this? The accessibility suite? Make enemy damage like 25%, your damage like much higher. Basically just make it a cakewalk. Okay. Well, nice! Actually, there's a rogue game I want to play, but it's called Rogue not because it's a roguelike, but because that notion did not exist at the time. It's Rogue Legacy. Rogue Legacy. Rogue Legacy is what you're mentioning. I'm stupid. Rogue, fuck. Rogue fuck. I am having a stroke. Fuck. Fuck my life. It's the RPG. That was made by Level 5 after Dark Cloud and Dark Chronicle. Rogue Galaxy. Rogue Squadron. That's not an RPG, sir. You played it? Oh, shit. I'm surprised. Was off listening as usual. Well, looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap? Here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. To be honest, can I say, you guys are gonna kill me. Can I say Emma is more cute than Maya? Then I like her more. I love her sprite of when she's writing shit down. Like, she's kinda clueless, but like she's learning on the spot. Was that the one with the airship pirates and such? Yeah. I think so. I haven't played it, but I do want to play. It's on backwards compatibility, so. I think she's underage, so that fits your glass house weave status. Hey, you're the one who claims to be clean. You're the one who throws stones. I never throw any stones. These are defensive stones. Uh-huh. Due to your unprovoked attack. You should be flattered that I was doing my dishes and I was thinking, throw is such an incest, man. This is actually true. I was thinking of you while doing the dishes. That's because I'm overcooked, is it? Could it be? Am I having an association now of throw with dishes because I was playing Overcooked? That would be so stupid. No, the rest of my case when this man stops breathing. Self-defense. I've developed an association that means that puts throw breaking down in the kitchen due to overcooked PTSD. Yes, I need to open the door. It's closed. I'm boiling. Ugh. Man, so this is what PTSD feels like, huh? Some people go to wars, we play Overcooked. Some people went to war so that we could play Overcooked. It's true. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. So the man who stormed the Normandy beaches spinning their graves? Yeah. Texas. It's Melty's office. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. Oh. Then do it. Oh, this man became a drunk, huh? He does his laundry in here, or what? The security guard uniform hanging here looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... what was that called again? A punchy? A paunchy? A pinchy? I know, a poochie. It's actually called coochie, but that's not what it is. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. Yeah, like this sprite, I think this sprite is the cutest thing. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Yipes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? What? Is she going into a depressing monologue because of a cacti? By the way, Throw. Look. Thank you very much. My first ever game in life. And, number 3/6? Because number 2 was a package of 3 games, so I don't know how to count it. I actually know, like, my first game was The Lion King, then on PC. Then hope this package has save states and such, because those games are going to fuck your world. I know. Still a little thrown off by the newer sprites. They have newer sprites. Yeah, it's Lion King on PC, then I really liked it, so my parents decided, oh, well, let's get a console. And we got a Mega Drive, which had a Super Hang-On, World Cup Italy 90, and Columns. In one cartridge. And then the next game was... Let's explain how it turned out this way. The next game was Aladdin, and then it was Jurassic Park. The Lost World Jurassic Park. No, just Jurassic Park. The Lost World was on Saturn. And the next game was Jungle Book. They got me a lot of licensed games. And FIFA 95. Actually, FIFA 95, then Jungle Book, then Power Rangers the movie, and that's all the games I ever had on the Mega Drive. As I always say, I never had any Sonics. Look, I have never seen past level 2 in any of these games. I mean, I have in Lion King, because I I did it on some ROM, but not on the other ones. The fact you embrace Sonic later in life doesn't help your case. It does. I wasn't raised on it. I adopted it because I wanted to. Not because it was forced down my throat by my parents. I think the Aladdin game... Maybe I'll change my mind if I play it when I play it now again. But I do think the Aladdin game on Genesis is absolutely a tight game. However, The Lion King, I think they went way too hard. Way too hard. It's supposed to be a kid's game. These are children games, by the way. Exactly. Children are not beating those games. I'm not beating those games. Children are not beating those games. No one's beating those games. Those games are fucking hard. We did beat them as children. Did you? Did you beat any of those games? Did you play those games? You did? You played Disney games, though? This is news to me. Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Yeah, I don't really know why, but that Aladdin is not the same I played. One was made by Capcom, the other was made by Virgin Interactive. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. The swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it would be more of a, yeah, myself. I guess that's not exactly the sound I should have made. So, I bet we can use the computer to see who came in and out. Let's not do that. Let this man into this office? I don't know. Now we just walked in. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it would be open? I think we'd need someone's permission to go in there first. Yeah, that's why we have a Salisbury steak, right? But how do we spawn this guy? Is there anything else I can do? This place is charged with frantic energy as always. Please! Wasn't that... One steak lunch, please! Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for shit chat, pal. I'm a busy man. But I really need as a steak lunch from Lunchland. You mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. Huh? I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now is no time for despair. We've got our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. it's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't going to fill my belly. Oh, wait, don't leave! You want to know more? Head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later. A good cry? He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Excuse me? Oh, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. Boo. Don't mess up or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. By the way, Trevor, are you still there or you took a break? Is my monitor skewed again? You buying that PS4 Pro? PS5 Pro? Do you see the leak with the Slim? Haven't seen it? Okay. Spoiler alert. It's not Slim. At all. I hope they don't call it PS5 Slim, because if they do, it's a very big market lie. Spec Spice release date yet? For the Slim? Or the Pro? Pro? No. Slim, they released something, but they showed the actual console. The leak shows the actual console. I'm not sure about the interior though. As you know, I'm not into the generation stuff. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? What's the point of the Slim? Just cheaper, or we don't know yet? I think it's too... I think the main point is things are cheaper to manufacture now, so they revise the console to make it cheaper to produce. No. The Slim does not have a disk drive, but they are making a USB or whatever disk drive that you attach to it if you want it. Eating less space is a pretty good reason. Yeah, but it's not slim. It's not that slim. That's what I was saying. It's more energy efficient. Yeah, and the SSDs are way cheaper now, so maybe it'll have more storage. Who knows? It definitely is digital only, but that's why they're releasing a disk drive to be sold separately. They got the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Huh? Only get the Pro unless price is egregious. Give me those 60 frames. You want the 8K? He's saluting in his bed. Alright. ID or whatever. Greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere in the premises? Oh no. This means he's going to be in court, and I'll have to do this voice for extended periods of time. Let me write down on my notes, no voice acting for the next 5 games. Or you don't have to. But that's gonna break the immersion, though. What about your immersion? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center? Because the man plays games in Japanese, so I can't even understand. Exactly, but you don't understand the entire game. So your immersion is untouched. It's not like you understand half of it, and then suddenly you're not understanding. When it comes to the channel, my immersion is still a virgin. Never happened. Understandable. So you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Is voice acting in the limited animated cutscenes? In other games? Next 5 games better include Arkham City as one of them. Let me finish Arkham Asylum with my dad. Probably like 5 minutes total in the entire series. Oh wow. Is it Japanese or English? Well, I guess they wouldn't bother casting English people for that little amount of time. Well, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir. How should I say this? Wait, he isn't... Is he? You... Officer Meekins. You didn't... Did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? No, this is an unexpected turn of events. I care so much, sir. I care so much. Oh man, I can't stand that. No, we got English? Oh, cool. Real deal voice actors. They were brought in to say like 3 words and get out. Hey, get that money. Oh, fuck you do. I am very worried about creator intent. I'm actually super surprised I can't use the touchpad on this game to have the creator intent put behind the DS mechanics. Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Sir! Ow, I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. I'm worried about the DS mechanics, too. Hey, if there's a D-Dog, why can't there be a DS? Metal Gear 5 is such bullshit, isn't it? That's amazing. When are we getting those remasters? So normally there's the guard at the evidence room. How objection is said is very important. Okay. Wait. I want to learn how to say objection in Japanese. What?
Iggy.
That's it? Iggy? Well, there's like 1,000 things. There's like 1,000 different options. When are we getting a sequel to Revengeance? Who knows? Whatever, Google. I'm sure you're wrong. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room. We don't need a sequel to Revengeance. We need Revengeance to be redone with the actual story they was going to have. That's right, sir. His evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Near the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? And then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. It's Iggy Yadi? Oh, okay. What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? The way Naruhodo says it? Okay, okay. So it wasn't completely wrong, Google. It just said Iggy. And what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. Everything went white? You saw red? And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. A bandage on his hand. You have to say it with gumption. Iki-yari! Like that? The bandage on his hand, just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Is there ever any court shenanigans in Yakuza? In any Yakuza? I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have nothing to label me as the perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim! You said it too slow? Huh. You're the one who separated it. It's gotta be pointed. I did point. I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department devoid of light or other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. I hate that he makes this noise. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, And when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. He keeps punching his hurt hand. Is it really hurt? Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my head, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Mr. Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir. Laugh. Laugh at me, sir. Huh. I know what you want to say. You're going to tell me how she has one just like it. But me? Why would I? I know, sir, I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. What? Nowhere, I'm alone, all alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romance, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? I'd like to think there's a difference between my badge and the fashion accessory. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it! That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir, that's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing! I better pry into this one a little deeper. I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir, that's the one. It was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. I was an apple. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. I'm scared of knives. Is it the same reaction? Okay. Okay. Can you tell me what it is? You do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you just asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My own father's words, sir. Couldn't he just be touching the evidence? The knife in evidence, and you assumed he was attacking you? What happened then? My eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. When you awoke, you were here. Didn't we see you after that? That doesn't make sense, does it? We met him when we were already investigating this case, which means both murders had to have happened already. He was delivering something to Edgeworth. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. No body, no crime. Where is that true? That's true somewhere. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. But you still ended up here? You told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room, that's what they say. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there, it's me, it's on tape. You waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge, I don't deserve it. You know, at some point... Look, I feel it's daunting that there are so many games in the Ace Attorney series. That's gonna be... Overall... How many cases? 50 cases? Maybe more? Maybe less. This collection has what, 14? $14 cases. So... Yeah, let's say 40 cases. At some point, there's got to be a culprit that was hypnotized into killing by someone else. You don't have to play the entire series. No. What I mean is, how do you keep it fresh? I think at some point you really go towards some. You really have to pull on some nonsense like that, which I'm okay with, by the way. I mean, it's not a serious series. But I feel like it could be fun to have like a culprit that is innocent because even though they killed, they were hypnotized to kill. That's gotta happen. It's gotta happen at some point. I mean, that's a prediction right now. No, thanks. No, thanks. I have my own. I guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Man, this really annoys me. Why can't I move directly to where I want to? Hey, Mr. Wright, look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives' desk. It's Police Chief Gant. You think Phoenix is gonna cross-examine God in the Shadow Realm? He might. First game, we cross-examined the parrot, sir. What do you think? You don't have to think as you played it. But what kind of bullshit nonsense is going to happen in the future? A genie from a bottle? Maybe. What else? An AI? An AI construct? Definitely. A genie, maybe. An AI, definitely. You're sure this is all? And you're sure this is all, huh? You know what it means if there's anything missing? Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats. And there's a seat cushion behind this computer monitor inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal? Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The Chief of Detectives looks a little flustered. Ha! Right on, my boy. How you been? Swim much? Swim? Cross-examine Ultima. I would love to cross-examine Ultima. Clones. Yes. Yes. Actually, clones. That's a good excuse for... That would be a great excuse for a murder happening in two different places at the same time. By the same person, not the same victim. I guess that would feel repetitive compared to this one now. So who knows? Or maybe the clone kills the original, or the original kills the clone. And you have to ascertain who's who in court. Is it the... Who died? The original or the clone? I totally can see that happening here. Maybe Phoenix has an older brother named Ifrit. Maybe. Oh, Chief Grant, reporting for duty, sir. Chief Gant. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? I mean, we're already dealing with the devil here. Is that worth going to be okay? Oh, were they? You know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, they had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? Doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right? Righto? One karma. A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what the inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? It's downright odd, I tell you, the detective getting killed on their turf too. I mean, there being the prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? Now, Ryder, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much, anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets, can't stand them. I thought they were working on Ace Attorney 7? I don't know. You know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives strapped shut. Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier. Huh? You saw that? Whoops. Wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Yeah, I don't remember. So, we're getting the Apollo trilogy first, right? And I guess at some point they're gonna do the Edgeworth stuff, since they're doing everything else. The guy can still sit still. Does he mean Detective Gumshoe? Either him or the Dancing Little Badger. We'll see the objection since it's more than the bullet shit in Danganronpa. Look, I think when Danganronpa gets going, it gets going perfectly. And there's nothing quite like it. Damn, he says nothing. I felt like in this episode, a lot of people had more to say about the evidence. But this guy says nothing. Okay, this Salisbury steak is not for you. Unlocked 0 conversations? What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? I'll see over there. That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here. Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important, he didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it's February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case. Should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, like, I was waiting for that music to subside. What's it called? Heat up? Something like that? Yeah. When this happens, there's nothing quite like it. It's like you really feel like shit is going down and everything is climaxing right now, and holy shit. The music in Danganronpa kicks ass. Yeah, yeah. It's so good. Discussion heat up. It's so good. What do they say when they do the bullets, though? It's not objection, but it's something quite like it, isn't it? I don't remember. Hello, Artless, how are you? That's wrong. Exactly. Thank you, thank you. Man, I should play Danganronpa again. I feel I don't want to voice act it. I'm too lazy to voice act a second time. There's no one here still. Oh, wait. I can use the court record? No. And it talks about not voicing anything for 5 days and brings up a gay voice actor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just said I'm lazy about voice acting him again. Voice acting it again. Only stream the class trials. Well, I do love the investigation in Danganronpa. I feel like it's really fun too. And that I do feel like the investigation is way more fun in Danganronpa than in this. But hey, this game has class trials too, as we've seen from when Phoenix was accused of stealing Edgeworth's lunch money. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. I think there's another one, DD as well. What's DD? Dual Destinies? I don't know what that is. Oh. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Huh? Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if you could investigate the evidence room? Now, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate at all. Righto, please, do I look like a selfish man? It's Ace Attorney 5. Oh. Oh, yeah, I don't know the names of the games. Actually, I never looked it up. I know one is Spirit of something. Spirit of Justice. Okay, that's probably it. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Justice for All. 4 new cases. And Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. With 5 new cases. So 2 is the shortest, I guess? Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. This one does not exist. Gyakuten Saiban Jiten is a miscellaneous game developed and published by Capcom, which was released in Japan 2007. It's a party game? No. I see the parrot taking the stand here, so I don't know what this is. A miscellaneous game. You don't need to look it up, they kind of spoil stuff with the covers. No, I'm just looking at... I can't see the covers, really. Or I can't understand them. Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. This time around, the player takes on the role of famed prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, memorable rival of charismatic legal eagle Phoenix Wright. Edgeworth actively investigates crime scenes in order to pursue the truth behind each case by solving the challenging puzzles presented to him. And I can't read the rest without opening, and I'm not opening. Gyakuten Kenji 2. Is that the Miles Edgeworth one? But number 2, I guess. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. The mysterious spell is pursued through London by a bewildering force. She desperately seeks help from a legendary puzzle investigator, Professor Layton. His assistant, Luke Triton. However, before the two are able to work out what's going on, Estelle is suddenly kidnapped. Can't see the rest. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. Then which one is... What? No. Dual Destinies is 4. And Spirit of Justice is 5, no? There's no 6. Is there a 6? I'm confused. Is it 2 Miles games? Great Ace Attorney Adventures, The Great Ace Attorney 2, Resolve. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, Naruhodo Legends Collection. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Oh, Apollo Justice is number 4. Okay. So, Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy features 3 games: Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, and Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. Huh. I guess he takes a mentor role or something. There's 2 models. Yeah, I guess the second one was never translated. I haven't played the DLC, hoping they're included in the trilogy release. DD and SOJ both did. Both did what? I don't remember what I asked. An extra episode, Apollo is 4, okay. For reasons, yeah. That makes sense. He wants to be... I really hope, and I guess that's a good reason not to look at the covers. But I really hope that there's still a little bit of Mia, even if she takes a step back a little. Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. Just goes to show, you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Huh? Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. Just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. But I'd need to give the Salisbury steak to get in. Hey, it looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. I mean, she was already set on doing this. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. Oh, it won't open. Aha! Card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what's made by Bambina's sky so gray? Oh, Officer Marshall, why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Hee-haw, that card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's beds in these parts. Hee-haw! Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While you're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then? Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with those hombres. But what if I give you a Salisbury steak? That smell. Reminds me of Texas. This is all melty. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What's wrong? A filet steak lunch. I see, I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall? Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask. Anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. Since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago. That might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know. So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. No, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Yeah. I like broccoli. Miss Starr told us something. She said you were a detective until 2 years ago. It's always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all sold on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it, anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case. That's right. The evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower to my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. Nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. There's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. So that's the ID card record. What's with the 7777777? This is 7. Five, 8, 4, 2, 1, 8. Okay. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove the record is tied to the stabbing. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. I kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? What happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. It's what we call transferal. We do it every February. You see now, transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. It's dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. I forgot this existed. The profiles. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is... Officer Marshall. Shows that ID card record again. Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14 right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was still in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. He had his ID card then. Why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm very limited in my IQ, and my only idea right now is the entire system's clock was pulled back. And is, pulled ahead, I guess. So, the shit that's saying happened at 5:15 was actually 4:15. But I don't know. I don't know if that's a nice reveal. That depends on, I guess every reveal depends on how they do it, not on the reveal itself. Sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence, but the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither Wild nor West here. But that and this are two different things entirely. I guess so, I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. Didn't I just show him evidence? No one has pricked their finger in the cactus? Oh! Someone sat on the cactus! Kinky! Wow, we got a reaction! There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something and planted their head right in these spines. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. I don't think it was their head. There's definitely butt stuff happening here. This martial music. Excuse me, sir. Can I just spray you with luminol? Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? No, you need to tell me what ID is yours. Damn it. I guess we're supposed to go in the evidence room first. Ooh, evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. Well, this is the evidence room. It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Yeah. Oh. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Lando, please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow 50 bucks, I'd give them 50 bucks, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Yeah, it's true. Chief of Police can't. Will loan anyone 50 bucks? Even me? So that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day? Guess what? You got permission from the chief, so you're the boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Scene of the stabbing of a detective at the PD. Okay, notice from follower plans. Okay. It's time for me to take a break. But we're gonna be right back and investigate this. Probably a lot to see. Bloody handprint. Okay, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Fuck. I closed the door again. Well, the AC's on. We'll see if I can stand it. Can you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder. Whoa. What is it? That second number. That's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? Second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? How would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Interesting. And another number is the same on both. That's it. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're the boss for the day. That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're the boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation, again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open. I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. The ID card's gonna be lost. Well, I own my third card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint. Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So, the only locker we can open is our own. Oh, what's that babe you got there? Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? The other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, zap! You get a shock! That's what happened. My hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Alright, time to be an investigator. That's the door we just came in through. Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out. I wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside. Let's hope he remembers we're in here. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. It looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was opened recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. Huh. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey pal, our security is high-tech around here. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. That's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's that metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Gourd Lake, remember? Alright, wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. Sure, it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart. Will it? Paint. What's this, blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright! What if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use our testing fluid to check it out. What is the saw and the paint doing here? Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression. True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room? Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know. You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? Here you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? Yes, online incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. What? What is this 3DS gameplay bullshit? I'm not sure how to do this. Can I rotate the one above? Can I rotate the stand? No? Touchpad, please. Think fourth dimensionally, Marty. No, I just want to rotate the stand. Can I? Oh, it rotates on its own. No? Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Could it be that it's the other way around? It's facing down? You put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit. The locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker? Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it would be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. He must have taken the contents elsewhere. I think we might. I think we might. The best thing in a manga character. There's some manga stuff with Mokuro. It's so good. No. That's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days everything's cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Are you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Why is the award a shield and why is it broken? Well, there's a reason. Oh, I'll tell you what it is later. Oh. Yes. What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. It's my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal. Art? He was dancing proudly on the day of the award ceremony. But there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony, so they took the Blue Badger away for a while. Really? Why? They said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful. He toiled night and day. I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved that. He's cute. Oh shit. I gotta go spray it with luminol. Allow me to say one thing speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing. That's fine. Then it's fine, pal. Detective Goodman's note, that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of the SL9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. It was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. How would the evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Allow me to say one thing, speaking as a detective. Okay. That's the photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? The Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school too. Hello, Miss. CID record? No. We already showed them this. can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents. But the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. Okay. Damn, there's a lot of evidence in this case. I already showed him this. This is a really long case, so I say. Wait, I left? Why did I leave? Hot damn. Immediately got one. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where did you get your hands on that? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the sheep. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Melty? I thought it was the blue badger. I knew it! This is someone's right handprint. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker, it's mine. It's yours? Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. Counting on you guys, believe me. You can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective! It must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Pale Detective Goodman is actually an alien. This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. The blue badger is Sonic. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. I guess we're done? The glove does not have any blood? The handle does not have any blood? Man, the Detective Gumshoe needs to stop touching his locker after playing with himself. Oh, that was a bloody violent case. Violent, so it was a murder? Serial killing. Serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. The killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. This was 2 years ago. That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight, and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence. Was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transfer the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So, that switchblade knife? The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Hey pal, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day. Might help, you know. A report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure you can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like a Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal, later. Should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. I still can't get over the fact that someone sat on the cactus. The police really are kinky. Really? Wow, color me surprised. Chick Marshall's team is a banger. Yeah. Dude, what? I can't believe it. I thought he would have been moved to the thing. Wasn't he in the intro to this case? There's a shadow overlooking the crime. Yeah, color me very surprised. Hey, wasn't she in charge of this? Tell me what this evidence is. Guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window. Teacup in his hand. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking... Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info was on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney, however... Something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Ghent. I can do nothing but wait for his result. I see. Why I ask you? Why I ask you? Why? He sounds like a nerdy vampire. I can't breathe. All along I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still... Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. This is his canonical voice. I don't know what you're on about. Alright, I better check this now. As I was saying, what's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go, by Chief Ghent, no less. The Chief of Police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. I feel like I'm defending him again. Right, please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea? I'll pass on the tea, just tell me about the case. Alright, Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence I can get some reaction out of him. We need to talk, Edgy. What is this? No? Can I ask you about this? Were you watching porn? You got a nosebleed? I show my best evidence. already showed him everything, didn't I? Nerdy vampire, that's one way to describe Edgeworth. Yeah. Wow, everyone left. It does sound like I need to show him something. Progress. Well. Wait, which one was this? Figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. About what? Sorry? The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. The wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was the deputy chief of police on the investigation. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. When are you getting a Blue Badger figurine? I'm not. But I would love a Phoenix Wright pop-up parade. It does exist. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't... Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid. Well, then you might have used for this aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me, are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. You've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. I've no say. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and those fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting set and fingerprint file received. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right? Do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. How do I use it? How do I use it? Huh. Here, a phone. Let's see if it works. No. Fuck. It has a handprint. I should be able to use it. Like here. The whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. I want to test the fingerprints. Why even give me this and not let me use it where I want? Can I test the butt print? Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here! In this one in the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. Has to be a suspicious handprint. We check them all out. A finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different handprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. I'm starting to get that sparkle in our eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Oh, how do you do that? With the X button. See? Looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? With the triangle button. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. This is where the blowing action comes in. We can get other blowing action. That's okay. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. Oh, you did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? Wow. I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, come down, that's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. Seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Is that not good enough? I think I'd like to try one of the other fingerprints. Let's move on to a different finger. What different finger? There's no different finger. I can blow into the microphone if you want. So the games took audio projections? Like you could yell it? I don't see any other fingers. That's interesting. What? Game? What? I'm so confused. There's nothing else. There's only that one. Am I blind? Yeah, it still lights up. What does that mean? I haven't powdered it enough? Is that it? Oh, okay, I hadn't powdered it enough. I guess. Yeah, your print so clear, it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? Gumshoe? Yep, looks exactly the same. Gotta get the dust really in there, I see. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me the so what look. Guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait. If I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. How do I check it out? Fuck. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right? Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? There go our eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hands. Other? Like in the touchpad? The handle? Other than the bloody hand? What do you want from me? It does look similar to his. Hey, these fingerprints, Whose are they? Whose? Is this someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall? It's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white bloodstain. But why would Officer Marshall? Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Oh, we're done? I want to fingerprint the blue badger. God damn it. How dare you, game. It was important. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in two different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Juana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. It belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. Huh. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Blue Badger is 100% the killer. I can see it in his eyes. I think so too. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The Honorable Judge presiding. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is, I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. That's not physically possible, is it? The judge's name is Judge? Yes, that's what I came up with. He's Judge. What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is what messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. That's supposed to be an admirable trait. Farewell, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir, I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murder, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is... Sir, what do you call part of the young... I'm what you'd call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, if you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see, then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain conscience. Yes, sir, he knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime.
which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir, the lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. It was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
See, that's why I dosed it with luminol, but
alas, it's either not possible to do it now, or it's the wrong idea.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is, I found it. This is the one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. Huh? But the number is shown as being used twice.
Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to get him after everything settled down.
See, so it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir, that's when I spotted the man on the security screen.
So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir, a knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand would be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
I still don't believe he's actually hurt. He keeps punching his hand. Am I supposed to ignore that? What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I see. He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir.
At what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Right.
According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. It's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the Mendes officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape?
Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. Videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. And was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Who's the video of you murdering the victim?
Oh, please stop using that word murdered, sir. It scares me.
Video of a real murder? So what are we getting ourselves into? He already had the handprint and was already broken on his horn. Holy shit. Moving images. What an awful video. Wait, where did he go? Wait, can I watch it again? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us?
What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's a blue badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway. Can I fast forward? Ah, okay. I've seen what I needed to see. Okay. This makes things pretty clear, actually. We just would. I guess I would like to know whose locker that this fingerprint is on, but I'm suspecting it is Marshall's locker. The coat wasn't there at the start, or the coat, the white piece of fabric wasn't coming out of that locker. Well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity did take place.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
What's this about the fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. How can they say he was killed there if there's no body and no footage of him being dead? I haven't understood this. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? You didn't even finish law school, what do you know? It's true. At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
So, sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter.
The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my bed on it.
Well, but... You don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it.
His face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify.
Why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir. You claimed the man who brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir, I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. You know, they only respond to the registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. The man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to the registered fingerprints. Then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir, in this too.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
People in the know.
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source.
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face.
Sir, if I may say something, sir.
Please do, after all, you are the one being examined.
I understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. It was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is... Unless the feds can't find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? I don't think there is specifically. I mean, there is a clue in it. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
You would want me to point it out. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates that man may not be Detective Goodman? What's this? That was inside. No. Well, at least they're not penalizing me. No. I don't think I saw any other contradiction. Or if that was even a contradiction. Know what game we should be excited for? No. Oh no. I can't think of anything else. The knife is whole. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. I don't know. I can offer a hint. Sure. I'll take it. Don't actually focus on the action. It's a round away. You've seen what I tried, yes? It's not the first thing I tried. Just the knife stuff? Okay. So no, I've tried two things already. I tried the coat sticking out of this locker when this ends. And I tried the glove that falls out of this locker when he opens it. I really can't think of anything else. Well, I guess the toy is covering where there should be a handprint. Something changes off screen. And it's not what I said, the coat's in the locker? Like this? It's not this? Is that the end? I think so. Yeah. It is. Yeah, I don't know this one. I'm going to take a break. If you remember a better hint, well, I'd appreciate it. Play it again. Look, I'll leave it on. Okay, ladies, I'm back. So, what's my clue? I guess I don't really remember what it was. No. Right when there's blood on the jacket? Yeah, the problem is we've never seen that jacket. So how is that a contradiction? I'll try. No. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? The face of the man who attacked you with a knife? If you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter. Hmm. You can use the player to watch it as much as you'd like. The security video. Maybe I should take another look at the footage. Hey Ruben, how are you? Maybe the contradiction is him looking at the victim. Right? The fact that he looks at him, but he says he didn't see his face. Is that real though? I don't think that was it. Yeah, there's no way to click on it anyway. Yeah, he's clearly looking at him. I'm gonna click on it. Fuck. Not like I have anything else. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, are you doing anything? Can you look this up so I don't get myself spoiled? I am. If you can't, I'll look it up myself because just I don't have any clue of what to do. Yes? No? No? I guess that's a no. Guides. Spoiler-free walkthrough. Oh, take it. Um, 'kay, trial day 3. Huh? I'm not sure that's it. A light over Goodman's locker. Pause at 17:14:31. Huh? 17:14:21. 31. Ah, it was already open. Oh, fuck that. The thing that's strange about this video has gotta be this. Officer Meekins? So, sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. No one's seen that. When you grab the handle, the sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match... I remember the answer being a locker. Okay. What is that? Like a Diglett evolution? Yeah, the other one, right? When you grab the handle, the sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. I can't stand this music anymore. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. I still don't understand why they call him a victim. Here, notice the light? What's this? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
but the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When the door is shut, the sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
It's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked?
Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Maybe something like jammed the system sensor?
Something.
Jammed the sensor. Say, something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. The glove. Now it's the glove.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright?
Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I often fall out in all great distances when I open up. We can't be sure. That item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
I mean, inserted?
This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie...
But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene...
There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator you don't mean... I think I've finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door?
I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove.
We can't be sure that was in the victim's locker.
It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. That isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir.
Order, order, order. Are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Don't be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Ashworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke? Very well, let's begin your testimony.
It was definitely aliens. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card.
ID card record, I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime, huh? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police theft. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference.
Yeah. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you?
Yes, sir, solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that?
Let's hear him out fully. We've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it.
What if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me.
Maybe I should just leave this one alone.
At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
So it is, Your Honor.
Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You got the wrong caller, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir, he didn't show me any ID card, sir.
Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked.
Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. Wright, what do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. I'm not exactly sure what we got. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I meant the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right?
I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order, order, order. Does the prosecution have a response? Yeah, because then he was assigned the crime scene. He can just drop it back. Now why? What's the motive, though?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes? What's he up to?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder.
That is... Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
This isn't going to end well. I still don't understand why they call it a murder. There is no body.
Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
Ah. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Yes? However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated.
We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify. What is his or her name? Officer Jake Marshall.
Why him?
I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say.
The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
Huh? I haven't figured anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything.
Emma.
You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. On top of it, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
Better be, pal. Hey, hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay, so have you brought what I asked?
Oh. You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Would I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident? Well, Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
Can't believe you, the Chief Prosecutor, were a witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness?
Joe Dark killings. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? No, I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma? But why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana! This SL9 incident is not... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait! She ran away. Oh, you know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. You better take a good look at this file. Hmm? It's only 4 pages. Incident number SL9 closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark by serial murder. Sentence death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall, Jeb Bates. Head prosecutor was Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses were Lana Skye and Emma Skye. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators Damon Gant and Lana Skye. She was an investigator and a witness? Conflict of interest. And investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Star. It doesn't say anything, it only says who participated. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out.
To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind? I've never heard that word described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place? Is this correct?
According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony on the day of the crime. In plain old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. Just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks or on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickey are those? It's not being very helpful.
He's not that good with machines or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses, now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, it's all yours. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? Just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape.
If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Didn't they tell me 2 hours? Pretty sure they said 2 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. You made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? And you heard a word I said, partner. Told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know joined the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yeah, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating
spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongol sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "You do not want to raise the seer." Ah, shit. What are you doing in a place like that? That's not the one I wanted to press. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you call it, evidence. You plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. Before I use it, I'd better up the ante. Up the ante with what? Yeehaw! I see he was. Man, this trial is harder. He says not to use this now, but I'm gonna try it. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? Oh, so I did need to save it. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. That's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Huh. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however. A luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints, found at the scene of the crime. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's no room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Shit, why can't I go faster when I'm just watching? Was he wearing gloves?
That's because you... How did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. The locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though it's a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it.
So then, what about the bloody handprint?
It's mine. It's no mystery.
Please explain.
My locker is covered with my fingerprints. Just so happened, the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's gotta do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder.
He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different.
I don't see what homonyms have to do with this.
How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right.
Just found a Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint?
That's the only logical conclusion. Starting to get the picture, partner.
The picture?
A seal of blood. The desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this.
Security tape?
As long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh. Well, then continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. That video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots.
Blind spots?
Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now.
Very well, allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Well then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. No! I hate you! Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake. I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. To sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less. Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker, with a white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order. It would seem that's the only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. What if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? I'm glad I don't even need to object to this one. This guy just isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker. Now prove it. A fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There's even some people in the force that don't know about fingerprint locks. So Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the scene at the time of the crime. Ole, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. That's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct? Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. He was used dressed up like Detective Goodman.
That's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted.
When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir.
Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond?
He suddenly pulled a knife on me.
Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I got it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. You got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have a hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. Can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond the shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Oh, this can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise.
Why do you think this locker was open in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. And after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why. For some reason you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, he pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all would have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. Seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole that detective's ID and dressed like him. Planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. There's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekin has managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. When you say it, you mean... You even have to ask, partner. Yes, all 9 incidents. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. What did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I want to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why Why do you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera?
The detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filing out that lost item report. That's kind of weird. Why was the locker open, though? I thought Goodman would be cooperating. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
You mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
You could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a one-in-a-million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... So, you did your research beforehand. Those who go in the desert and prepare don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins.
If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day... But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What are you, blind?
The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
I opened the locker. The evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether to do or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. You can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved this sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. There's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling it would wind up... His real reason? What does that even mean? Because he was demoted? Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Oh, I didn't see that. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall?
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, you received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right, he was killed. And the case fell into your hands.
What's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. I did say there was another guy with a cowboy hat. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dirk. My brother fought Dirk and was killed. That was the first time Dirk left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dirk. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
That's your reason for your insane actions.
There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it. Can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lannis Kai.
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner.
All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lannis Guy. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. You have a response? Make it a single word or less.
Ah!
I rest my case.
Man, I am very hungry. Seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize I would end up proving Lana guilty. Well then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Your Honor, wait! Emma, the defense has an objection, a scientific objection.
Right? What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings.
Now that she mentions it,
the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. That's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker?
but no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So, did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. We can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. It's easy. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring very intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all the evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use.
Question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
What about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime.
Well, what?
That's right, so long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker. What?
So that means, just exactly what does that mean?
It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekin was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark?
was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such a far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins got his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Hey Nirva, how are you? Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been... Uh-oh. I'm good. How are you? Detective Goodman, when he was really murdered. Oh, I thought I was going to have to select.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proved to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to the officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman.
So you mean he's standing in a pool of blood?
Dying a beat? Yeah, I understand. Another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edwards said, proof must be presented. Do I like your cake in chat? Yeah, looks cute. Ah, from our place? I didn't know there was a Twitch integration. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? I don't even know how I got it. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see, 4:50. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 7:40 p.m. Oh. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Where are folks today? The folks in chat? Probably all asleep. Maybe they're all dead. Or they're just larking.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer.
I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
Feeling sadistic, I see. Sadistic? I think you mean morbid. I always feel morbid. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777777. Talk about a lucky number. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there is no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with a real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777777.
That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
What? Explain yourself, son. 77771420. Morbid for sure, probably sadistic since there was a little smile. Maybe.
The ID number 77777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Well, that's ridiculous. Just how?
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
An official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Let me ask a question.
Yes.
Why are you role-playing a lawyer? Because it's fun? No, not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana?
Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 7777777.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Do you need the witness to repeat this question, Chief Prosecutor?
I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth.
2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time,
occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
What would you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about.
No.
No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion would have to wait until the following day. Man, this game is so much fun. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean what happened? To you? That's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. You didn't? It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. It must be why Lana... Why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. This seems incriminating enough. Like it doesn't need any extra push. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Well, he wasn't involved in falsifying the evidence. He did use falsified evidence. That's different. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. I've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. Oh, okay. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, I must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. There's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did you run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator. Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? A few years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. Alright. Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. Don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're the chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, I became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was the second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. We even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So you waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. He wasn't handcuffed. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, it's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I share. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the Chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the Chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Maybe we should. Tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but Monday. Huh? Okay. I can't get the thing yet. The final lunchbox. Well then. It's time. My voice. Yeah, I hope Throw remembers, by the way. But yeah, the plan is for Sunday to be David and Throw, Chef David and Chef Throw return to the crime scene. Yeah, I'll send him a message. But the statute of limitations, not yet. It's 20 years. My voice is giving out. Especially because of Jake Marshall. Anyway, guys, that's been more Ace Attorney. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll be back Sunday for some Overcooked with Throw, and then Monday for the rest of Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, which I believe will be beating that day. And then I don't know. Actually, I think Fontaine is coming out in Genshin Impact that the next day. So who knows? But we'll see. We'll see where the tide takes us. Anyway, I will see you Sunday. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, and good night.